we have manifested now, the power that we have manifested now. Verify the manifestation and come back for the next round, the last round. Yes, we have another minute to manifest this power. Yes, now we are going to be moving on to the next, where we are going to verify the manifestation that we have now manifested. Yes, now you can go back to the place that you measured your height initially to verify the manifestation. Verify that we have manifested 3 rounds of the power today, of the power of increasing your height, the great Ashtamahashakti, which is revealed by Paramashiva himself. Now, we are going to be posting our experiences in the social media of the power manifestation that we have experienced today. So, with the photos that you have taken of yourself increasing your height, so you can show the initial height that you are in and the Sorry for the technical glitch. We'll just now continue the power manifestation, the next step which we were doing, which is posting our experiences on the social media. Just continue to post our experience. Now you can share your experience of what you have manifested, of the height that has been increased now, how much you have increased, whatever you have verified. Now we have manifested 3 rounds of the power manifestation. If you have manifested in all the 3 rounds, that is like amazing. But even if you manifested just once, you are still manifesting the power. So you do not have to think that you are like not manifesting the power, or that you're not able to manifest the power. All of you are power manifestors now. So let us continue to post our experiences on the social media. You can use the hashtag of PPV. You can use the hashtag Kailasa. You can use the hashtag Nityananda. You can use the hashtag power manifestation. And also you can use the hashtag of Mariamman. You can use these 5 hashtags to post your experience on the social media. You can also make a video of yourself where you're sharing your experience. In a few moments, we are going to be moving on to the next segment of today's session. So continue posting your experiences. Let us get ready for the next segment now. Finish posting your experience, can come back and be seated. It is time to move on to the next segment. Now let us move on to the next segment. Thank you, Nityanandam.
bless you all. Let you all open all your 3 eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Hinduism, as well as manifesting the superconscious powers of Paramashiva. Let us now dive deeper into the nitty-gritties of the Hindu parliament structure as revealed by Paramashiva. To give a little bit more context, a couple of days back, on the auspicious occasion of Ugadi, of the celebration of the lunar calendar, beginning on the 21st, which occurred a couple of days back, the Supreme Pandav of Hinduism emphasized on the importance of the Hindu parliament structure and the depth it needs to go to for the functioning and for the Kailasa nation to happen. And so today we're going to be going in depth. Yesterday we had gone in depth into the Kanaka Sabha, which is the house of prosperity, where the Vaishyas, the wealth merchants, the businessmen are a part of the actual government and not just a corporate body. And today we're going to be entering into the second house of the Hindu parliament, which is the Deva Sabha. First, let us go have an overview of the revelations about the Hindu democracy and the parliament structure as defined by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So out of the 5 sabhas, the first sabha which we are going to be looking at is the Chit Sabha, which is the house of consciousness. All the purpose of establishing the Kailasa nation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism establishing the Kailasa nation on the planet Earth, is to give the superconscious breakthrough to the humanity. And so the Chit Sabha deals with that part of the government, deals with that administration, that part of the administration. The second Sabha is the Kanaka Sabha, which is the house of prosperity. So all the guilds, the merchant guilds, the business corporations, all of these come under the house of prosperity, where they are not just an independent body, but they are part of the government structure itself. The third is the Rajya Sabha, which is the house of lords, or otherwise the house of Kshatriyas, which is dealing with the various politicians and various public figures. The fourth is the Deva Sabha, which is the house of cosmocrats, where the best brains of society come together and form the policies which is to be implemented, which is to be made a reality by the country, by the state. We can see these in our life, the UN summits which happen, where the best brains come together and decide, give the declarations for what is supposed to be achieved for the betterment of our society. And this finally is the Nityananda Sabha, which is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's personal contribution to the world, to the humanity. And so these are the various 5 different sabhas which make up Kailasa's Hindu parliament being revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Yes, and let's dive deeper and understand in detail how these different sabhas work in the Hindu parliament and how their actions will actually work towards the betterment of the society and impact the common man in various aspects of life. For example, Chit Sabha will deal with all consciousness-related sciences, as Mangala Maharaj has put it a while ago. See, the purpose of Kailasa is to give a superconscious breakthrough to the world, to the planet Earth. So Chit Sabha will deal with those issues. Rajya Sabha will deal with all the political decisions that need to be made and reaching out to politicians, inspiring, integrating them with the cosmic vision of Kailasa. That will be the purpose of the Rajya Sabha. Deva Sabha will be the Hindu think tank that will apply all the Vedagamic sciences of the grand heritage of Hinduism to make the best decisions. They will bring all the best contributions of Kailasa to the world. Hinduism has so much to offer, whether the flights, Pushpaka Vimana of those days, or the amazing surgery, technology, methodologies of Sushruta, the amazing Hindu medicine, all the best things Hinduism has to offer in the field of life and administration. Deva Sabha will manage that aspect of life. Coming to Kanaka Sabha, it will manage all the resource development. Yesterday, we talked in detail about the Kanaka Sabha and how its decisions will impact the day-to-day aspects of everyday human beings. See, Hindus existed as the richest civilization, completely in tune with the nature, without exploiting, abusing, destroying the nature. We lived as the richest civilization. So reviving those natural resource-based lifestyle, it's altogether a different science than what we see as the government structures today. So that will be the essential aspect of the Kanaka Sabha. Now Nityananda Sabha will work on the lifestyle and implementing, on the actual executive implementation of the Hindu lifestyle for the entire human beings, the administration, the central administration of the Supreme Pontiff, and all the work, executive, all the decisions that will be made for the implementation of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma based blissful lifestyle will be done from the Nityananda Sabha.
Yes, Maharaj. So coming to the topic of discussion for today, what is the Deva Sabha, the House of Cosmocrats? So Deva Sabha consists of the intellectual elite that constituted the think tank, policy making and research, academia working together as a collective brain of the society, having the best of the best come together and to further the society. Deva Sabha had the best minds collectively working together. The core context was to fulfill all the 4 Purusharthas, which is the Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, at both the individual level and collective basis, and maintaining oneness with nature at the same time. These best minds included the power manifestors, the Avadhanis, who were capable of doing 100 tasks at a time, people who were masters in their fields. Again, the best of the best coming together, they making the policies and deciding the future of our society.
Yes, Maharaj. And in fact, if we stress upon it a little more, go deeper, by the virtue of being the collective of the greatest minds in their individual fields, Devasabha has the knowledge to strategize, to make policies, and take decisions for the collective, for the overall society. So even though Devasabha is not allowed officially to interfere in the working of other sabhas in the Hindu parliament, but in the historical sense, in the past we have seen that during the times of crisis, grave crisis, they have intervened and took strong measures to take the society in the right direction. One example, one of the most popular examples and most revered examples in this case is that of Chanakya. So Chanakya, even though he was an academic in the field of political science in the University of Takshashila, one of the most famous and biggest Hindu universities at that time, when he was faced by the situation of extreme corruption among the Indian kingdoms, along with a grave threat of invasion and external aggression by the hands of the Greeks, he gathered the best brains from all across the country, overthrew all the corrupt kings and ministers, united all the kingdoms, and established a new empire ruled by Chandragupta Maurya, and which was governed as per the Hindu Shastras, as per the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So, taking this historical context into perspective, we see that how powerful really the Devasabha is and what its potential is in shaping the overall society, in taking it to the right direction. Potentially, we can see the risk is also there as to if and how it can become corrupt and take the society in the wrong direction, which we see in the modern times. And I request Mangala Maharaj to expand a little more as to the modern context of what has happened to this Devasabha.
Yes, Maharaj. Coming to our modern situation, the corruption in the Deva Sabha, which translate to the think tanks and the policy developers of our world today. So unfortunately, right now, the situation is that these policies, the best brains of our society, do not hold a position, do not hold a place where the decisions are taken as constitution, their decisions are taken as a part of what should be decided for the betterment of the world. And so because of this fundamental flaw of not giving a place for the best brains of our society, for the policymakers of our society, a place in the Hindu democracy or in the global democracy, for the matter of our modern situation, we are facing a number of problems. And so the invaders and colonial forces destroyed the independently functioning Deva Sabha of Hindu democracy, subverted it to their interests. The Hindu intellectual elite were brutally killed of their livelihood that depended on the Hindu structure, was taken away and turned into slaves of the imperialistic rulers. Today's academia, think tanks, and policymakers are full of subverted colonized minds who think low of the Hindu principles and keep churning out literature, research, and making policies that only empower the hegemony of the modern materialistic civilization over the Hindu enlightened civilization. This was done primarily by the clerk-based anti-Hindu education started by Macaulay that destroyed the traditional indigenous Hindu Gurukul education system, replacing Sanskrit with English and destroying the rich Hindu knowledge in all fields.
Yes, and even moreover, the true Hindu history was completely whitewashed and replaced with a fake, completely fake history, a fake, false narrative, demeaning the indigenous Hindu civilization and denying its glorious past, so that Hindus won't even have the knowledge or the confidence or courage to plan for a glorious future. Because we have to understand a civilization which doesn't even know about its glorious past will not even think about building a glorious future and will live and die as a slave. So today's Deva Sabha, so to speak, because in real sense it doesn't even exist, it has been completely destroyed. But even in some sense, if we say the intellectual elite of today as the Deva Sabha, so today's Deva Sabha is working not based on cosmic principles, but as the intellectual or ideological foot soldiers of anti-Hindu forces or the Hindu Messiah forces. Hindu knowledge systems like yoga, Ayurveda, even organic farming, etc., and values such as the dignity of labor, universal brotherhood, they have been completely replaced by selfish, fear, greed-based materialistic thought currents.
There are various examples, as Maharaj was sharing, there are various examples about how think tanks, when empowered, can be a powerful way to solve even the most difficult of problems. And we have examples of this in our world history. During World War II, a think tank of the best physicists was put together to outrace the Germans in building the atomic bomb. Even though the Manhattan Project was successful in its endeavor, the result was massive destruction.
Yes, a more positive example, if I can add, Maharaj, is that all the NGOs which are trying to come up with more and more innovative ways to solve today's crises, like global warming, climate change, deforestation, environmental degradation, ozone layer depletion, all these things, the destruction of ecosystems and so forth, through lobbying, protests, and other campaigns to raise awareness. All these things are happening. But oftentimes, all these efforts stay fruitless, as fruitless attempts, because these NGOs do not have the power to actually make decisions. They are not really legally represented as a part of the democratic structure in the parliament. So even their decisions are not, even they are acting ultimately as toothless tigers. So what happens is, since those think tanks are not officially a part of the modern parliament structure and are thus incapacitated to make those effective changes in their respective fields of specialization, like we just mentioned, they end up getting reduced to lobbying groups, working for their own selfish interests. And it may not even be selfish, it may even be for the good interest of the society. But since they don't have any power to make actual change, they get reduced to just these lobbying groups and cutting backdoor deals to achieve their objectives.
Because of the absence of this power vacuum, and when those think tanks are being empowered with democratic representation in the parliament as a separate house itself, they are bound to act responsibly and with accountability to the public. Secondly, since power is evenly distributed across all the 5 sabhas in the Hindu parliament, no sabha can overpower the other, thus leading to a robust, stable, and healthy, responsible democracy. Nowadays, the most crucial decisions are not made by the brilliant geniuses, by the specialists of the respective field. Unfortunately, that is not the case which is happening in the world right now. Oftentimes, narcissistic politicians claim those spots only for their individual greed for name and fame, without any actual qualification, without the know-how, the understanding to solve the great crisis of our times. We have to give the power of decision-making to those who actually understand how to solve the problems they are facing. And that is why it is crucial that Kailasa revives the Deva Sabha, the collective of the brightest heads of the fields of their respective subjects, of their respective fields of what they are the related matters. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself stated that world peace is a possibility if the traditional Hindu think tanks are re-established and re-empowered.
So let us now look into how Kailasa is actually reviving the Deva Sabha, the entire Hindu parliament, and especially the Deva Sabha. During the COVID-19 pandemic recently, all countries were faced with this public debate, this discussion of public healthcare as well as the economic recovery in the post-COVID era. So how to make it happen, how to implement, what policies to implement. So in this context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, had delivered a very significant presidential address. And based on that, Kailasa had made a submission to the United Nations, giving the vision of the Supreme Pontiff for the world to effectively deal with the COVID crisis, for the extreme grave healthcare crisis, public health crisis that the entire world faced, and work towards the economic recovery. In fact, the economic breakthrough. We gave the policies. Kailasa submitted the entire paper giving the outline of the policy implementation principles and the plan to the United Nations. And this paper was accepted and published by the United Nations. So like in this one example, starting the conversation, raising awareness about the urgent issues, providing solutions, building diplomatic relations with the important decision makers of our time, and providing the voting rights to all of its citizens, Kailasa is evolving to be in a key position to prove that the Hindu democracy is not only a livable, practical system, but urgently required to catch up with everything that has been mismanaged by humanity for too long, bringing us to the verge of our own destruction. So reviving the Enlightenment sciences, providing the knowledge for free in our Jnanalayas, that is the Hindu libraries, universities, both offline and online, raising the next generation of responsible leaders, the superconscious elite in Kailasa's Gurukuls, manifesting powers, Shaktis of Paramashiva, learning, living, and preserving these sacred sciences as they are being revived by the Supreme Pontiff. There's one more way in which Kailasa is reviving the Devasabha, a very important aspect of policy implementation. This is the Hindu compliance system. Now, what is a compliance system? We have seen various kinds of standards and certifications that we see around us in various fields. For example, the ISO certification. So either you need to make or buy a very advanced gadget, electronic gadget, or all the way to if you want to open a new power plant, let's say, establish a new power plant. So all the designs and everything have to be compliant to this ISO standardization. Then only it will be accepted and actually trusted by the concerned stakeholder parties. Similarly, in the field of engineering, electronics, electrical engineering, IEEE is one of those bodies which sets the standards, the rules of implementation, and what is right, what is wrong, what will work, and the proper standardization, quality control in a way, so to speak. Similarly, in the field of climate change, the IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change, it gets the best brains to work on the policy making and implementation of the decisions related to the climate crisis that we are facing today. And all the countries who are signatory to this organization and the treaties related to it, they are actually obligated to implement those policies, whatever the policies the IPCC sets forth. Similarly, there are many other compliance systems in the field of internet, and even in India, the Niti Aayog, for example, sets the policies in the field of economics and finance. So even in the case of food, for example, the halal certification for the Islamic world acts as one of the food compliance systems. The organic certificate is another compliance system. So keeping all this in mind, if we really see around, there is really no compliance system for Hindus, be it in the field of food, be it in the field of medicine, be it in the field of healthcare, technology, temple sciences, anything you see, there is no Hindu compliance system, so to speak. So Kailasa, under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, has taken the initiative to put forward the Hindu compliance system, reviving all the sciences, standardizing the proper, based on the Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, Atma Pramana, and Sakshi Pramana, all the Pramanas, all the references from the authentic source scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, setting the standards for every field of the Hindu life, in fact, every field of life itself, and putting it out for implementing for the common man. So let's say if you want to open a Hindu compliant restaurant, not just a vegetarian, but a Sattvic vegetarian restaurant, you have the Hindu compliance system set by Kailasa. So you contact the team, they give you the standards, you implement it and get the certification so that the common man knows and trusts, yes, for a Hindu, this is the proper place to eat. Because for Hindus, food is life. Based on food, you are either aligned to the purpose of your life or you're destroying yourself. Similarly, in the field of temple sciences and everything, agriculture, organic agriculture, not just organic as we know today, but the Hindu organic agriculture, how to do it, what are the best practices, what will actually make it a proper standard model of Hindu agriculture. So that certification, that compliance, this whole sciences, the Deva Sabha is going to take responsibility, and actually it has already started. Now the ball is already set into rolling, and Kailasa is reviving the entire Hindu sciences in this way.
Yes, Maharaj, very beautifully put. The Hindu compliance system is is already happening, and it is because of the Hindu Deva Sabha, which is one of the legs of parliament. One of the very first things which have come out of the Hindu Deva Sabha is the Hindu compliance system, which acts, as Maharaj beautifully put, is the Hindu standard of Satvik, the Hindu standard as Paramashiva reveals in the Veda Agamas, what it should be as per our lifestyle. And so now with this, we enter into the question which we have for all of you today. Now that we have an understanding of what the Deva Sabha is and how important it is to have the think tanks with the greatest brains of their respective fields, empowered to be the political decision makers, we have the Hindu vote for today, the decision which we all need to take. As we have been explaining over the past couple of decades, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed, as we have been sharing with all of you over the past couple of days, the democracy in Hinduism is a responsible democracy. Those who are educated, who have studied and who know the field, they coming together and voting on the relevant topics they are expert about is what is the Hindu democracy. Where the responsibilism, people who are responsible for those fields, they coming together and making the best policies. That is what Hindu democracy is all about. And so now Kailasa, being the first nation for Hindus, created for Hindus by Hindus, by becoming a part of the Hindu votes, you are an active player, active part of the major decisions which are being made for our governance, for the future of our life, not just for ourselves, but for generations to come. And so at this moment, we are living in a very historic period where we have the chance to be the active part of the functioning and governance of Kailasa nation, setting the trend, the standards for a prosperous future. And so now we come to the Hindu votes today. We touched upon the fact that it is the most intelligent, most specialized, and most professional do not necessarily inherit the position to cause the meaningful improvement they need to do for society. Way too often, unqualified people make the decisions on their behalf, led by their own greed for name, fame, and other vested interests. In the Hindu parliament structure, they are given a whole house for themselves, so all their talents and efforts do not go to waste. Deva Sabha is the great collective of the brightest minds of all the various sciences as revealed in the Veda Agamas, coming together to solve the urgent dangers of society and providing the innovations, the discoveries to improve the lives of all. So should the Hindu parliament be revived, with Deva Sabha working as the primary think tanks shaping policies based on Hindu principles and not the world view of colonial masters? This poll is being hosted on Twitter, so you can all head over to Twitter and at the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is Sri Nityananda. This poll is being placed there right now. So you can all go ahead and head over to Twitter and cast your Hindu vote as to the future of the Hindu parliament structure. And so now with this, I would like to sincerely thank Brahmasukha Maharaj and like to thank all our viewers as well for coming today and being a part of today's program, understanding the importance of the Hindu parliament, understanding the importance of the Deva Sabha within the Hindu parliament, why it is a key factor in not only the government of Kailasa, but in all world governments, why they should be adopted, as well as helping to take the decision, deciding the future of how Kailasa itself should implement the Deva Sabha. And so now with this, we come to the end of today's segment and like to all sincerely thank all of you for coming and being a part of today's program. And thank you again, Brahmasukha Maharaj, for coming today and being a part of this program. And we'll also like to take this opportunity to talk about the upcoming program, which is going to be starting from tomorrow, which is the glimpses of the Mahaparama program. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created the Kailasa nation, has created the first nation for Hindus. What is needed right now is for responsible Hindus, for governing, for establishing Kailasa and making it a part of the global society. Hinduism is the most life positive and contributing aspect which society is having. A couple of days back, we were mentioning in the various ways, various levels, how Hindus are the most contributing in each and every field, how they have the lowest crime rates and are the highest taxpayers in their countries. The importance of Hindus is already established. And so to establish Kailasa, which is the revival of authentic Hinduism, to continue doing this good service to society, which we are already doing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given this program to all of us so that we can become leaders of tomorrow. We can become the enlightened leaders which society needs right now, which the world needs right now, not just for ourselves, but for the prosperity of the future as well. And so you can register for the upcoming program, the Glimpses of the Mahaparama Home program, which is starting today at gov.google.sk/glimpses. The link is actually being projected right now. You can see in the scroll below, the link is being projected. You can also scan the QR code to either offer your sevas to Kailasa, to become a volunteer, and to register and be a part of Kailasa's free e-citizenship. So with this, we're going to be entering into the next segment of today's program, which is the alive daily Nityananda Satsang. We request all our viewers to please sit straight now as we get ready to welcome the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the Nityananda Satsang. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and bring your awareness to your Anandagandha. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism residing in your Anandagandha as Paramashiva, with the 25 heads and 50 hands. Now, start chanting the Mahavakya mantra, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, and allow the mantra to reverberate throughout your entire being. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Namo
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशिवशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. I welcome all the Kailasians, citizens of Kailasa, living and practicing Hindus, Sarvanyapitakartas, Yajamans, manifestors, Sarvabarityagis, Kailasas, ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Astreshwaras. Above all, today, the 12 distinguished dignitaries who are here, the recipients of Dharma Samrakshana, Kailasa's Dharma Rakshana, social service, social justice award. I welcome all the 12 award recipients. And we are honored by all the 12 award recipients, Dharma Rakshana Social Justice Award, first Council Woman of Teresa Cox City, Councilwoman Miss Teresa Cox, City Council Member at City of Fremont, California Government, United States. I welcome you and thank you for being here, and we are honored your presence and all the great work you are doing for social justice. Thank you for what you are doing and being who you are. We welcome you. Thank you. Mr. Gift Parsin, member of Global Indigenous Youth Caucus and Youth Representative in Maasai Women for Education and Economic Development, Kenya. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being who you are and doing what you are doing. Next, Reverend Susan Shannon, Interfaith Minister and Chaplain, United States. Thank you. We are happy to give the Kailasa Dharma Rakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you for what you are doing and who you are. Next, Miss Mia Yamamoto, Los Angeles-based criminal defense attorney and civil rights activist from United States. Thank you. we are honored to give you this award, Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you for doing what you are doing and being who you are. Next, Mr. Deepan Mitra, Secretary General, World Hindu Federation, Bangladesh Chapter. Thank you, Shri Deepan Mitra ji. Thank you for what you are doing and who you are. We are happy to give this Kailasas Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you. Next, Mr. Kristen Johnson Williams, Managing Partner at Kristen Williams & Co., Founder and Chief Executive Officer of Quantum Consultancy Concept, Founder of the Quantum Foundation, Trinidad Tobago. Thank you, Mr. Kristen Johnson. Thank you for doing what you are doing and being who you are. We are honored to give you Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you. Imam Jamal Rahman, co-founder and Muslim Sufi Imam of Interfaith Community Sanctuary, President of Northwest Interfaith and adjunct faculty at Seattle University, United States. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here and thank you for doing what you are doing and being who you are. We are honored. We are very happy to give you this Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award for what you are doing on this World Social Justice Day declared by United Nations. Thank you. Mr. Fadi Jamaluddin, Lebanese Canadian lawyer, an activist of human rights and advocate of green energy. Thank you, sir, for being here. And we are honored and we are happy to award you with this Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you. Next, His Holiness Rajeshwar Guruji, founder and spiritual leader of International Siddhashram Shakti, United Kingdom. Thank you, Guruji, for being here. And we are so happy to know what you are doing, your work. Thank you for doing what you are doing and being who you are. We are honored to give this the Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you, His Holiness Rajeshwar Guruji. Thank you. Next, Councillor Suresh Krishna ji, Mayor of National Social Justice Day. Thank you. Miss Lorelei Higgins, Métis Canadian Cultural Mediator. We are honored to give you this social justice, the Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award. We are honored. We are honored to give you this social justice, the Kailasa Dharmarakshana Social Justice Award. Thank you, Miss Lorelei Higgins. Thank you for doing what you are doing. And thank you for being who you are. I sincerely thank all the recipients of the award for what you are all doing for the humanity, to make the world a better place to live, and for the social justice. You are all real Dharma Rakshakas, people who protect the natural law of justice, people who live for life positivity. Thank you for doing what you are all doing and being who you are. Kailasa and myself, we are honored to give you all this Dharma Rakshana Award. Once again, I want to thank you all for being here, receiving, accepting this award. Above all, for being here live. We are humbled by your presence and we thank all of you. Thank you. Paramashiva's message directly from Mahakailasa. Listen. The existence of the super consciousness consciously, powerfully reflecting into your conscious existence and your conscious existence recognizing your possibilities and powers of your superconscious existence is superconscious mutation. I wanted to make it very clear. This word mutants is misunderstood all over the world, especially the Hollywood movies and TV serials. The way they project the idea mutants, that is not the way Hinduism reveals about the conscious mutation. Please understand. The Hollywood movies and TV serials, what they talk about mutants is people with extra power, but not enlightenment or the intelligence, compassion to handle the power, compassion to handle the responsibility. It is more like a unconscious mutants from the lower worlds. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. The lower worlds. That concept only is presented in Hollywood movies and TV series like a Heroes, the New Heroes TV series. All these presents almost kind of a frightening depiction about the mutants. Completely forget about that. Understand what Hindu Shastras, Hindu scriptures, Vedas and Agamas, Puranas talk about superconscious mutation. From the vertical time zone, the higher conscious beings, people who achieved superconsciousness, those beings, their superconsciousness, when that reflects in your individual conscious existence, you start manifesting great enlightenment, intelligence, compassion, highest order of human values and divine qualities. With those jnana, buddhi, higher values, you start manifesting powers, extraordinary shaktis. Please understand. In India, even 200 years before, this was a lifestyle. Every village will have few Shatavadanis. Shatavadani means a person who can perform 100 acts at a time. Please understand. Great Vedic scholars in Hindu tradition developed these powers, possibilities through the superconscious mutation. Through this superconscious mutation, they could perform 100 acts at a time, because all their non-mechanical parts of the brain was awakened through this superconscious mutation process. I want all of you to know elaborately our Hindu scriptures, history, books have documented. Puranas are not mythology or myth, it's a history. They have documented these superconscious mutants, people who had the superconscious mutation experience. The Panchapandavas' birth itself is a superconscious mutation. Kundi received the power to make the superconscious beings give their DNA and give birth to kids through their DNA. She brought Surya's DNA with the blessing of Surya. That superconscious mutant is Karna. Till the end, his great value, the greatest value of Surya is just giving, giving, giving. Giving radiance is his very nature. Anything Karna had, he just gave, gave, gave. The quality of giving, radiating, could never be removed from Karna, because he is from the DNA of Surya, the greatest giver, Bhaskara, radiating. He gave his very life. He is the extraordinary giver. Then Kundi brought the DNA of Yamadharma Raja, Yama, who is the Lord of natural law, Dharma, and gave birth to a child in the same signs of superconscious mutation. Till the end, Dharma, Yudhishthira, never violates Dharma. The way he upheld Dharma is unimaginable. It's because superconscious mutation. Then comes Bhima. It's a superconscious being, Vayu. His DNA was brought, and Vayu's very DNA, superconscious mutation has been done, and Bhima was born. The power Bhima radiated, the power of Vayu Bhagavan, the power Bhima radiated is unimaginable. Arjuna is a superconscious mutant of Indra. Then Nahula and Sahadeva, they are the superconscious mutants of Ashwini Kumaras. These great beings are all superconscious mutants. Understand? Our Idihasas, Puranas elaborately document these superconscious mutation and the signs of superconscious mutation. There's an elaborate description of the 7 enlightenment cities, Kashi, Kanchi, Madura, all these 7, Mayapuri, all these 7 enlightenment cities each having the population of 10,000 Sahasravadanis, 1 lakh Shadavadanis. Sahasravadani means who can perform 1,000 action at a time. Sadavadani means who can perform 100 action at a time. Please understand, what I am talking is not story. Even as recently as now, there are documentation in Mohal's court where they start awarding Shadavadanis. They start giving awards to Shadavadanis. There are documentation. In front of the court, people performed this 100 acts at a time. Forget all of that. Even now, in Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins community, they are keeping this tradition of avatanis alive. The living stream is not dead. It is there still. It's there. Shodasavadanis, Ashtavadanis, still the tradition is there. In Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins tradition, and even the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled in the banks of Kaveri in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. All the 3, Godavari, Karnataka, Kaveri in Karnataka, Kaveri in the Tamil Nadu. In all 3 places, the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled are still keeping these Avadani traditions alive. Actually, there's an elaborate description how these rivers are energized with the superconscious energy for these Avadani traditions to be kept alive. The Ganga was used for Sahasravatanis, people who can perform 1,000 acts. They settled in Kashmir and Kashi. Then the next level, people who can perform little less than 1,000, but around 900. They settled in Yamuna. And you need to know, after the Ganga and Yamuna, people who can perform above 500, but less than 900. That group settled near Godavari. That is why when we describe the rivers and worship, Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati. Saraswati does not come third, Godavari comes third. Then comes Saraswati. Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri. It was different settlement of different avadanis. There is an elaborate description of how these avadanis are trained and how this science was kept alive. Avadani's training is one of the aspects of superconscious mutation. More than avadanis, another important aspect of superconscious mutation is ability to use the astras. Ability to use the different organs, senses. Listen. Ability to use different organs and senses. That superconscious mutation is avadanis. You will have an extraordinary capacity to smell, think, write poetry, recollect the numbers, names uttered, means the Jnanendriya, Karmendriya, Manas, Chitta, Buddhi, memory, everything will be fully active, alive, intensely, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. That is what is the definition of being an avatani. All your Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas. Jnanendriya means the organs in your system which receives informations and processes. Karmendriya means organs in your system which performs actions. Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs who are responsible for Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be fully active and alive. Sorry for using too many Sanskrit terms. I'll try to translate every Sanskrit term I'm using and give English meaning. The knowledge receptors and action performers, these two organs, for example, the tongue, when it tastes, it is called Jnanendriya. When it speaks, it is called Karmendriya. Same tongue, when it performs the action of receiving the taste and processing that information, it's called Jnanendriya. The same tongue, when it performs the action of talking, it's called Karmendriya. Like that, the Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs which are responsible for these Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be active. For example, liver. Only if your liver is absolutely detoxed and fully active, you will have a deep ability to coordinate all the actions. Please understand, coordination of all the actions needs not just the support of the brain, it needs the support of your liver. Because your liver is responsible for all your internal organs functioning smoothly. So, the Avadani has to keep his whole body detoxed. If you are an Avadani, you will automatically keep your body detoxed. Only if you are detoxed, you will be able to be an Avadani. Keeping all your karmendriyas, jnanendriyas and internal organs active, alive, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically, in a synced way is called Avadana. I myself have seen an Avadani who can smell, listen to the music, taste some of the food items, and hear the numbers, flower names, various other names being uttered, and see the scenes in front of him, which is constantly changed, various paintings, mix all this and sing poetry without missing the order. He can see everything, listen everything, and during this whole process, somebody will be touching his back with peacock feather at various points. He will narrate this whole thing in a poetic way without missing the order. This multiple performance Avadanis is one aspect of superconscious mutation. Then the next, using shastras. That is what now I am making Suvignana master. See, in Shankara's history, if you see Adi Shankara's history, two of his disciples never studied anything. Totakacharya, Bhatmapada. They just served him. Just by superconscious mutation, he made both of them Shastravadanis. Shastravadanis, like Sahasra Avadanis on Shastra. Sahasra Avadanis means they can perform 1,000 actions at a time. Shastra centered. He made both of them Sarvanyas. What Mandana Mishra did through the self-effort, his whole life, Adi Shankara gave it through superconscious mutation to Todaka and Bhatmapada Acharyas, just like that. Sarvanyatva can be transmitted through the initiation. And Sahasravadana of Shastras can be transmitted just like that. Adi Shankara has demonstrated it. Then Sahasravadanis of Shastras. How do you think Drona to transmit this whole science to all the students in short period, especially the capacities of Arjuna, Bhima. If you see all their capacities, unimaginable capacities cannot come by training. It is only the science of superconscious mutation. Just within 7 years, Karna receives everything including Brahmastram from Parasurama. How? It's impossible by training, but only through the superconscious mutation. Understand? Superconscious mutation is a science. There are 25 branches of Sahasravatana, performing 1,000 actions at a time centered on organs. This tradition is kept alive in the Telugu Brahmins community who settled in the banks of Godavari and Kaveri. Understand what I am saying? Even now, there is a living stream, at least few people. We have Shodasavadanis, means who can perform 16 actions at a time. I want to tell you, put this on record, how the invaders of India destroyed this Avadani tradition. They understood these Avadanis are the powerful people keeping this Hindu tradition alive. So these invaders started rewarding the Avadanis. Everyone thought, why will award and reward Avadanis? Hindus. Because all these Hindu Avadanis have started coming out openly, publicly to receive the award and reward. They collected everyone and finished them off once for all. That is the way the living stream of the Avadanis were destroyed by the invaders. Understand? But one good news I have for you, all of you, is fortunately, this Avadani, the superconscious mutation, is done in the DNA level. If the Telugu Brahmin DNA is available, Telugu Brahmin kids are available, that is enough. I can reinitiate them, revive the whole Avadani tradition, which is what I am doing through our Gurukul. This is the good news we have. The Gotra of Avadanis, the Telugu Brahmins who carry this Avadanis DNA. The child is initiated into power manifestation, immediately he reclaims, his DNA is awakened, and the whole Avadana powers starts manifesting. The superconscious mutation starts happening. Shrikant Iyer is sending a message. His family also, there are Avadanis. Shrikant Iyer, you are a Tamil Brahmin. That is not called Avadanis. That is a different science. It is yogic powers. Please understand. The Telugu Brahmins kept the Avadana tradition alive. Tamil Brahmins kept the Mantra Shastra alive. The Avadanis which you are talking, Shrikant Iyer, your family, you are actually Tamil Brahmin, means the Tanjavur Brahmins, Tambras family. Hope I am right. And people who carry that Iyer title, that DNA, your Avadanatva is manifested through Mantra Shastra. Fundamentally, the Tamil Brahmins Avadana tradition, that superconscious mutation is Shastra centered. The Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition is organ centered. Karmendriya, Jnanendriya centered power is the Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition. The Tamil Brahmins, see, I don't want to create any conflict or community fight here. I am just putting all these things in record. Whatever I saw in the Akashic records and Shastras and the traditions and books, I am putting it on record. The Tamil Brahmins have the Sahasravatana capacity, Shastra centered. Once the Tamil Brahmin boy or a girl goes through a superconscious mutation, he can perform Avadana on any Shastras. On any Shastras. The Shastra-centric Avadana performance, Sahasravadana performance, science was kept alive, focused by Tamil Brahmins. Please understand, it's not that Tamil Brahmins never studied the Avadana tradition of Telugu Brahmins, but each of them took up one branch and kept it alive. And Shastra-centered Avadana tradition, Shastra means weapon. Shastra, Astra-centered Avadana tradition was kept alive by Parasurama's Gotra in UP. The whole UP area, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, in that area, the Parasurama's Gotra is still alive. They have that Sahasravadana tradition centered on Shastras and Astras. Still, I have seen one Brahmin sadhu who can pick up a grass and chant a mantra and throw that grass, it will catch fire by itself and go and fall some 20-30 kilometers away and blast. I have seen a sadhu who can perform this Avadana. Please understand, the organ-centric superconscious mutation Avadani tradition was kept alive in Telugu Brahmin stream. Shastra-centric, mantra-centric, Sahasravadana tradition was kept alive by Tamil Brahmins, and Astra-Shastra, weapon-centric Avadana was kept alive by the Parashurama's Gotra in UP and Uttarakhand, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and UP, the UP, Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And Ramesh Ramani is sending a message that they are Telugu Brahmins, and one of his great-grandmother has written the Ramayana on wall. Oh God. Actually, these are living, what to say, that living documentations. I am getting so many messages. And Nitya Ramani is saying that Isha and Keshava are of Telugu Brahmins. Can they be initiated, Swamiji? Please understand, For the superconscious mutation, they have to be in a Gurukul. And Nityaramani, if you want 2 kids for the family, keep Isha and Keshav. Now plan to give birth to more kids. And you are young, you are not old. You are young, you can. Give birth at least 2 to 3 kids more. Send them to Gurukul because it needs a full attention for their DNA to fully manifest. Mainly the ecosystem. Ecosystem where they continue every day, they have to manifest powers. Their food. You need to understand, Nityaramani, because you asked, I am telling you, the lifestyle and the kind of words people utter around, all that plays a major role when a child flowers into Avadani. The fear and greed, everything should be centered on power manifestation, not on money manifestation. See, it is not that our Gurukul kids don't have fear or don't have greed, but it is all centered on power manifestation. They get greedy to manifest more powers. They get fear if they don't manifest powers. But it is not centered on money. Oh, will I get a job? Will I get this certificate? Will I get that? So understand, the whole life has to be focused on power manifestation and becoming Avadanis. The real reason why I am so focused on Gurukul is my work is not just writing some 1,000 books, giving 1,000 satsangs. My work is superconscious mutation. Making thousands and thousands of Avadanis, power manifestors, demonstrably. Please understand one more thing. I want to put this whole thing on record. Good news is, this whole science is recorded inside the DNA. So as long as the last Brahmin is alive, this science cannot be destroyed, cannot be eliminated. That's the good news. The great news is, Paramashiva has empowered me. He has given me the power to revive, awaken, and do the superconscious mutation. And revive that power of Sahasravadani. So Nityaramani, first thing, you are young, you are not old. Both of you are young. You can plan for at least 2 or 3 more kids and send them to Gurukul after the age of 7. This will be equivalent to giving $1 billion to Hindu society. Understand? When you give one child to Gurukul and when he starts manifesting powers, a tradition is revived. Not just one person. A tradition is revived. I always tell people, when one Hindu woman is taken away, it is not that we lose one woman, yet whole lineage is lost. Same way, if the one child, Brahmin child, or one Brahmin girl starts manifesting this avatana powers, it is not that one girl or one boy is manifesting. The whole gotra, the whole order, the tradition, the heritage, that whole lineage is revived. The kids who are staying in their home with parents, I can initiate them, give them few powers. But becoming like a Sahasravatani, you need the ecosystem where the kids manifest these powers intensely. I wanted to tell all of you who put the message now, Ramesh Ramani, Nitya Ramani, Shrikant Iyer, all of you, take this very seriously. One child from the Brahmin tradition, Brahmin DNA, please understand, I am not a casteist person. All of you should know, I myself is not a Brahmin DNA. I am from Adisheva Velalar community. So you should know that I am not a casteist person, and I talk so much about social justice, and I work for the social justice. Here I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. I am not talking about the social community structure. I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. So understand, if one Brahmin child becomes part of the Gurukul and he starts manifesting powers and sarvanyatva, and he starts manifesting this avadanitva, not just the one child, the whole lineage is revived. Hindus need to realize, last 300 years, heavy persecution, huge effort was put to destroy this Avadani science, the superconscious mutation science, because this is the core of Hinduism. Core of Hinduism is not just in Shastras, not just in temples. All that is great. Keeping it alive, all that is container. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Understand, I am not disrespecting Shastras or the temples. No way. But all I am telling you is, Shastras and temples are all containers. See, when invaders invaded India, they burnt libraries, whole thing. Some of our libraries was burning for 2 years. Around 20 million books, manuscripts have been burnt. But the whole thing was rewritten within next 10 years by just 10 Brahmins sitting in a remote forest, because in their DNA the whole thing is programmed, and in their memory the whole thing is there. They just sit and go on writing. Patanjali himself says, I took my 1,000-headed Patanjali Adisesha farm and wrote this whole Mahabhashya. It means he became the Sahasravatani. The 1,000 independent, intelligent brain tracts, he activated it. And all the whole 1,000 track revealed all the 1,000 branches of the knowledge. Patanjali is the Tamil Brahmin. who is a Sahasravatani, mantra, Shastra-centric Sahasravatani, is a Tanjore Brahmin. Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. He reveals the whole Mahabhashya. So if you just have one Patanjali, even if 1,000 libraries are burnt, no problem. They will repeat it and rewrite it, pen the whole thing down in next 10 years. That is the way, even though millions of temples are destroyed and the libraries got burned, we immediately came back. We immediately revived the whole thing in next generation, within next generation. Now is the time to revive not just the Avadani science of organ-centric, mantra-centric, Shastra and Shastra-centric, all the 25 branches of Avadani tradition. Sahasravatana in all 25 branches, the mantra, power manifestation. Power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana is one of the science branches. We can create kids who can perform 1,000 power manifestation at a time. Sahasravatana at a time. I can talk about all these things. With Paramashiva's grace, I have a right to talk about all these things because I already demonstrated many things which I am talking. Just understand the organ-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is this remote vision, ability to read blindfolded, and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is that any book, without opening the eyes, the kids can just tell what is there in which page. Already Nityanandita demonstrated this power multiple times. Sarvanyatva, not just Nityanandita, many kids along with Nityanandita demonstrated this power multiple times. And Astra-centric, Astra-Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. This comes under this materialization. Many other power manifestations come under this Astra and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. You can receive anything you want and send anything you want. Many of these powers, these Avadana traditions, these sciences I have demonstrated. Now, through a large-scale Gurukul, I'll be taking this whole science to the whole world. See, the good news I have for all of you is, with the grace of Paramashiva, we demonstrated it is possible. We already revived the foolproof. The methodology is success, end to end, the quality control pass. That is done. Now we will have to make it available to the whole world by making large numbers, like 10,000 balasans, 10,000 female sannyasinis, 10,000 rudraganyas, manifesting these different Avadana traditions. That is what we have to do, and that is what I am doing. That is what I am focused, and I know what all the dangers and attacks possible, what all the persecution, dangers and attacks possible. I am first doing all the protection needed to protect once I start doing this work. To understand, with the grace of Paramashiva, We will do it, and he is doing it. He is really doing it. He is doing great work in large scale. Great work in large scale. I am just creating the infrastructure needed to host these thousands of kids, thousands of Gurukul Balasans, thousands of sannyasis, Rudraganyas, Apat sannyasis, who will work on the superconscious mutation, start manifesting these powers. I'm just working. So understand, by the time I evolve these infrastructures, all of you who put the message, Shrikant, Nityaramani, Ramesh Ramani, all of you, you guys plan for getting more and more Brahmin kids. Your very DNA which you want to revive. Start working. If you feel, oh, it is little late for me, Swamiji. If you want to 2 child for your family, have 2 for you, and give few more kids birth to at least 2-3 more, and let that child go and be part of the Gurukul and revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I tell you, sending a child to the Gurukul will be equivalent to donating $1 billion to Hindu society. Because even if you give $1 billion, what will I do? I have to find a living DNA, kids, who will go through the superconscious mutation process and manifest this to the world. I can do all the Sahasravatana, but one person doing, maybe it will bring glory to me. But I am interested in bringing the glory to the whole Hindu tradition, not just me. I am interested in reviving this whole tradition where 10,000 kids perform the superconscious mutation process of Sahasravatana. I want all the Brahmins to know, especially if you are from a family where alcohol and non-veg is not a lifestyle, where still you keep the Brahminical traditions alive, you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA which can revive Hinduism. So I request the Brahmins, especially still who are living the Brahminical lifestyle of no non-veg, no alcohol, that lifestyle. You all need to know you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA, and your kids not only can be the greatest gift for reviving Hinduism, they can be greatest gift for the whole humanity. Sonali Gupta is asking, what was the Kashmir Avatani tradition? Kashmir Avatani tradition was power manifestation science. On power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. If you see the whole Kashmiri Shaivite tradition, it was all about the power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. they were able to manifest 1,000 powers at a time. Sahasravatana on Shakti Avishkarana tradition. See, a university, Hindu university, this is the way it existed. Fortunately, I could get the blueprint of at least 12 universities that existed. Tarukavanam. Tarukavanam is one of the greatest Hindu university where the rewriting of all the Puranas happened. The Tarukavana rishis. And then the Kadambavanam. Kadambavanam is around the Madurai. There was a university. Madurai was called Kadambavanam, and around the Madurai, one university. And Vedaranyam. Vedaranyam, forest of Vedas in Tamil Nadu. Vedaranyam. And Kanchi. Like that, different universities' blueprints I got. Fortunately, Paramashiva gave access to me. In that, I saw all these universities had 25 branches of Sahasravatanis. People who can perform 1,000 actions spontaneously, simultaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation, either centered on organs, or centered on shastras, scriptures, or centered on Shakti Avishkarana, power manifestation, or centered on Astra Shastra Vidyas. Like these 25 branches, the metallurgy and arts, the whole Vishwakarma Sampradaya. Understand, we had Vishwakarmas who can perform 1,000 acts at a time on the science of sacred arts. Vishwakarmas are called Vishwakarma Brahmins. You should know that. They are Brahmin DNA. That was one of the branch in the 25 branches of the university. With Paramashiva's grace, we will revive all the 25 branches. Sahasravatanis in each branch, at least few thousand kids, so that it is kept alive forever in the future. I have already demonstrated the grace of Paramashiva, the science Paramashiva gave to me is working. I have already demonstrated. Now I just needed to scale it up. And I also realized what all the external attacks and internal attacks possible. When I scale it up, based on that, I am creating an infrastructure where once we start doing it, we will not need to waste our time in defending ourselves from the external attacks and internal attacks. We have a complete foolproof system where there is no attacks. We are absolutely safe. With the grace of Paramashiva, he has already given us that kind of a legal, political structure. Now we are just making infrastructure. And this is what is the real revival of enlightened civilization. Conscious civilization. And I know now what I said, what I focused, and what I delivered is too much even to grasp. These Avadani traditions which I described, 4 different Avadani traditions. Organ-centered, mantra-centered, Shastra-Astra-centered, sacred arts centered. Just understanding these 4 itself, you need to watch this satsang at least for 10 days. And you should first of all understand Avadani. You should see few Avadanis. Only then you will understand what is this Avadani tradition. Only if you see my Gurukul Balasans manifesting some 10-12 powers, you will understand this power manifestation is possible. Till then you can never understand. You may think, no, it is not possible, it is all just humbug. You can go on. But only if you see, check for yourself, foolproof, you will understand, wow, it is all true. Same way, only if you see few Avadanis, you will understand. The Avadani tradition is possible. Is possible. And understand all these various Avadani traditions. Totally 25 different Avadani traditions existed in Hinduism, documented as the documents I could see. Whatever documents I could see, I saw these 25 traditions. So, I am going to revive this 25, and Paramashiva has blessed me with the knowledge, ability, energy, Kundalini Shakti to perform the superconscious mutation for all these 25 traditions. In these 25 traditions, each one represents one face of Paramashiva. One face of Paramashiva represents one Avadani tradition. Avadani is a person who can perform multiple acts simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation happened in him. It can be in the field of organs. It can be in the field of Shastra scriptures. It can be in the field of power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. It can be in the field of Sthapatya Veda, sacred arts. Sthapatya Veda. It can be in the field of food and medicine, Ayurveda, Ayush Veda. Food and medicine both are considered as the same branch in Hindu tradition. Food and medicine was not separate. It was one and the same in Hindu tradition. And all these 25 branches, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will be reviving through the superconscious mutation process. Paramashiva himself is here to do this work, to do this job. all the major Hindu universities we had, Naimisharanya, Tarukavana, Katambavana, Vedaranya, all these were the great universities which had all these 25 traditions, 25 Sarvanya Pitas. Understand? Temples, monasteries, gurukuls, libraries, all of them are containers. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Especially if you are from a Brahmin community who's still living the Brahminical traditional lifestyle of no non-veg and no alcohol. Actually, if you don't do Gayatri, if you don't do Sandhya Vandanam, if you don't do Agnihotra Mandala also is okay. I'm not saying don't do. Even if you have not performed all of that is also okay, because that can be just revived. But the non-veg and alcohol and drugs directly affects the very DNA structure. The capacity of the DNA is lost if you allow non-veg and alcohol and drugs. If you have kept non-veg, alcohol, drugs away and lived the Brahminical lifestyle, if you just keep these three away, that Brahminical lifestyle will be more than enough. You are still carrying a powerful DNA which can be a great blessing not only for Hindus, for the whole world. Because if you give one child, for example, Paramesha, Shri Advaita and Mahadvaita gave Paramesha and Tattva to Gurukul. Especially Paramesha, the way he started manifesting powers when he was a kid. It is not that now he is only one sannyasi or one kid, one balasant manifesting powers. He is going to revive, inspire a lineage. I'm giving an example. If he becomes a Pitadipati, once fully able to perform Sahasravatana, 1000 actions, he can easily perform 50 at least right now. 50 power manifestation he can perform right now, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. I just need to support him with the ecosystem, and it will be just hardly 2-3 years work for him to become 1000 Sahasravatani in power manifestation, in Shakti Avishkarana. Because he's a Tamil Brahmin, the Tanjavur Brahmin DNA, he will be naturally centered on mantra, the Shastra, scripture-centric Sahasravatani, that he will naturally manifest with the power manifestation. Because power manifestation directly I am giving. So he will be able to do both, like a power manifestation, Sahasravatana, and mantra, Shastra manifestation, Sahasravatana. Both he will be able to easily perform. So when he does that, if he becomes a Pidadipati, a sannyasi, he will be inspiring millions of the next generation to become sannyasis and take these signs forward. If he decides to become Grihastha, when he grows up and if he decides he wants to get married, at least his whole family and the lineage, that Karuvari Parambarai, will start carrying the same awakened superconscious mutation DNA. Anyway, he will be blessing for the world. If he takes up Grihastha, he will be making few kids manifesting. If he becomes sannyasi, he will be making few thousand kids manifesting this Sahasravatana. That's all. Understand? What I am talking is a clear Paramashiva's blueprint. He will do it, he is doing it. He is doing it. I tell you, the real work is all about super conscious mutation. Actually, when Paramesha had a fracture in the hand, it is because of my fear for Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I sent him to hospital. If there was no interference of Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I would not have sent him to hospital. Because I know how to heal it simply, just by the superconscious mutation. But Madhvait is terrorized. What can I do? I have to be legally right as per the Indian law. So I said, all right, take him to hospital and do what need to be done. I only consciously supported him. If I did not have Mahadvait, Rishiyadvait's interference, all it would have taken for me is 10 minutes to remove the pain, next 10 minutes to make the bone set. And after half an hour, I'll tell them, hey, now take the X-ray and show that it's all clear. The X-ray will prove he's all right, it's all clear. That's it. No question of any other things needed. Because this Avadana tradition, when the superconscious mutation starts happening inside a child, he gets the power to manifest the body as he wants. Paramesha did not have pain when he had a fracture, his connection with me. But he has to be sent to hospital for medical attention is because of Mahadvait and Rishiyadvait's fears. Middle class Hindus, what to do? For last 5-6 generations, even they do not know that this kind of avadana is possible, and even they have not seen their parents or great-grandparents manifesting these powers. At least 3-4 generations it is gone. So they are all jittery, shaky, middle-class Hindus. Always they want to have a plan B, that fallback. And it is not their mistake. That is the way now, because for so many generations you did not see all this is possible. Forget about Mahadvait, Rishiyadvait, Paramesha getting medically treated. When I had the fracture, not only I did not have pain, but finally, no hospital was ready to do the surgery without anesthesia. I am telling, hey, I am an adult. I will write and give you that I don't want anesthesia. You perform the surgery directly. Actually, I did not even want to go to the allopathy hospital. I want to go to the Puttur. In Tamil Nadu, there is a place called, sorry, not Tamil Nadu, Andhra. There is a place called Puttur, Nagari Puttur, where the Sahasravadanis of medical field, in that one branch is still alive. Any kind of fracture, they will cure it without any surgery in 10 days. From all over the world, people come there. I want to go there actually. But these guys were constantly, these doctors, no, we cannot discharge you from the hospital, and it has to be done within next few hours. All this big mess, and I thought, oh God, even I have to be legally obedient. Obey legally. Even I cannot go through the surgery without anesthesia. That was. But what to do? When you are in a country, you have to go through their legal system. Actually, the moment I had the fracture, I told my disciples, hey, drive to Nagariputtur directly. Don't go to Bangalore. But somehow these fellows said, no, Swamiji, let's first take the X-ray and know where the fracture is exactly and take it to the Nagariputtur so that they will repair it. We will go to hospital only for diagnosis, but treatment we will go to Nagariputtur. But once you enter the hospital, they say, no, we can't discharge you. You are a VIP. And the hospital will get the bad name if we send you out. Then I said, all right, perform at least surgery without anesthesia. But the law is law. They said, no, it's a law of the land. They have to first of all report to police, and they have to report to government because a VIP having a hand fracture, and they are answerable to any of the repercussions or outcomes. Anyhow, but I tell you, only when I demonstrate the powers of the superconscious mutation, world will realize the greatest gift Hindus are having, which need to be shared with the whole world. This will be the greatest gift Hindus will be giving to the whole world. I'll continue with my initiations into superconscious mutation in the further sessions. Today I wanted to reveal the blueprint, Paramashiva's blueprint. In the further satsangs, I'll give detailed initiations. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya cha dushkritam dharma samstapana. Usually at this samadhi level, when I verbalize, common man can't grasp as per his logic. So he will have his own confusion, misinterpretation. So I'll wait for a little more settling down so it can be verbalized into your language. The language you understand, the rationality or the rationale means the logic level of a common human being. So I'll settle down to that and then start expressing. I have so many wonderful things from Kailasa to all of you. Raising the intensity of the integrity will keep you all prepared to receive this whole thing. Be like Devi, Brahmanda Yoni, Parashakti, waiting to receive. Be like Parashakti, you will receive Paramashiva intensely, beautifully. Remember yourself as Parashakti and wait to receive Paramashiva. Even this intense waiting, a deep passive waiting, can just make you explode in enlightenment when Paramashiva delivers his message just by a word, by an initiation, by mantra, just you can explode. It is possible. So prepare yourself with a deep waiting. Many people ask me how to receive Devi's grace fully. Listen carefully. Be very clear. Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen. So always receive them very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut in front of the screen. You watch Devi. 1 coin. It can be lowest unit available for you. It can be $1 or even 1 cent is okay. Coin. Coin is the traditional dakshina given in Hindu tradition. It can be lowest value. If you are in India, it can be 25 paise or 10 paise, or even if you get 1 paise coin, that is okay. If you are in US, it can be even quarter or even a cent. Dakshina is offered traditionally. And after the darshan is over, do namaskar and eat that banana, betel leaf and betel nut. Take it as a prasadam immediately. That coin, collect, then send it to our temple, maybe the Los Angeles temple. You can send it. Keep minimum coin. I am not trying to monetize, please understand. You can keep 1 cent. But the traditional respect is giving some minimum coin. Especially women, Devi, when she comes, at least 2 betel leaf, 1 betel nut, 1 banana, 1 coin. As I said, it does not even need to be $1 coin. It can be even 1 cent coin. 1 cent is also okay. Whichever country you are living, the minimum denomination coin available, keep just 1 coin and offer it. After the darshan is done, eat that betel leaf and betel nut, banana. The coin, send it to nearest temple. Los Angeles is best as a dakshina. That's it. Listen. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but once you start this, you will understand in few days how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. That is why this betel leaf, betel nut. Listen carefully. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality, lifestyle, and it will remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. After 2-3 days, you forget you are having Devi in the screen from Kailasa appearing directly. This two betel leaf will remind you, hey, Devi is appearing on the screen. You are receiving her ritualistically. That is why I am saying, I am not even expecting you to keep $1. Keep 1 cent. So 100 days, if you see darshan, only then it will get added up into $1. I think 1 cent is, 100 cent is $1. That's what I think. I don't know the. So keep even 1 cent is okay. If you are in India, you can keep even 1 paise or 10 paise, whatever minimum coin available, you can keep. But this betel leaf, betel nut, banana, and this coin, don't forget. It can even be dry leaf, that is okay. Om Nityanandeshwara Parama Shiva Samarambam Nityanandeshwari Parashakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the Hindus, living and practicing Hindus all over the world. All the Sarvanyapita Kartas, Yajamans, Manifestors, Kayakalpa Yogis, Sarvaparityagis, Kailasas, ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, consulate generals, and supporters. Soon to be appointed Senate members. I welcome all of you with my love and respect. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Work on the body, that is yoga. Work connecting with the cosmic bodies, that is kriya. You will automatically manifest powers, that is jnana, and you will be in absolute bliss lifestyle, that is charya. Work on your body, that's the first foremost. I tell you, I'll give you one simple example. One incident in my own life. My gurus will insist on me every day taking neem juice. I still remember once, he did not, my Guru Raghupati Yogi, Yoganandapuri, he did not let me eat almost for 5-6 days. Maybe it was the 6th day. He did not give me food, and whenever he says I should not eat, my mother also won't give food. My mother and he was such wonderful nexus, I should say. My mother is such a sweet, compassionate person, but so dedicated to my enlightenment and the process. My gurus were doing it for me, and my gurus used to tell that they are preparing my body not only to be a yogi and live long life, healthy life. And the way they prepared my body, they said very clearly that even if after I leave the body, it will not go through any of the regular dead bodies decays. How the dead bodies go through decays, the natural decaying happening. My gurus have clearly declared that my body, even after I leave the body, will not go through any of the natural decay. It will just be a naturally mummified body. Of course, I did not understand all that at that time, and he used to tell me that is why so much preparation we are doing. Not only no one can poison you, even if they poison your body, you will not die, you will only detox and automatically cleanse your body by its own strength, and you will live healthy as long as you want. And even after you leave the body, it will not go through any regular decay. It will just be like Jiva Samadhi, sitting in Jiva Samadhi. Anyhow, he did not let me eat for almost 5-6 days, and not only that, he was feeding me with neem juice. Without food, giving neem juice, and asking me to brush my teeth with the neem stick. With the neem stick, I have to touch the haritaki powder as the powder. Neem stick will be like a brush. Haritaki powder will be like a tooth powder. That is the way I have to brush. I tell you, but one thing I should put this on record here, the extraordinary humbleness and involvement, their love gave me the complete courage and secure feeling to go through all the process they have done to me. See, actually, he will do all this and he will ask me to walk. When I walk and come back, I'm not supposed to wear the chappal. Of course, in Tiruvannamalai, I'll never wear. That's my lifestyle. Even when I was studying in college, I have to wear the shoes mandatory for them. When we enter the workshop, I'll carry the shoes in the carry bag. Only after the bus crosses Tiruvannamalai border, I'll wear the shoes and go. Before the bus enters Tiruvannamalai border, I'll remove the shoes. That's my respect to Arunachala. So, he will make me walk. When I walk and come back, he himself will keep my feet on his lap and press. That love gave me the deep security that they will not put me through any unnecessary torture. Whatever they make me do is only minimum requirement of tapas. No extra torture, no unnecessary torture. That gave me tremendous courage, confidence to go through whatever they were asking me to go through. And 6th day, still no sign of food. Again, neem juice. Finally, I vomited. Nothing came out, just that neem juice, which he fed me, that only came out. Because there was no food for last 6 days. What can come out? Only neem juice came out. And after checking the color, he said, yes. Ronanir samanam aidichida, ipani sapadala. It means the acid which is there in our body, which is responsible for balancing the hunger, which creates the feeling of hunger, or which creates the feeling of satisfaction. The Ronanir Samanam. That Ronanir, I don't know exact English translation of that word Ronanir. The Ronanir is not just a chemical. When it is in the body, it is a living organism which can be programmed. It means like it's like it has its own biomemory. So that decides the signal of hunger, signal of satisfaction is programmed in Ronanir. That Ronanir is responsible for maintaining our hunger. He said that has been balanced and programmed. And I tell you, still now, that programming they have done is responsible for my healthy, happy life. As I said, 42 can sit in Padmasana, no spare parts required, spectacles or teeth, nothing, no spare parts required, internal or external, happy, healthy, 20 hours a day I can do my work. No medicines, no hospital visits, nothing. I am 42. Surely I have not even gone to hospitals 42 times. Maybe I would have gone to inaugurate, visit, bless, but not for treatment. Only few times, like when I had the fracture, went to hospital for surgery. Other than that, it's their grace. It's their grace. I wanted all of you to know balancing of the Ronanir is a very powerful method. I'll give you simple tips. First instruction, keep always your body hungry. Never dump food and fill it. No. You should always feel that subtle hunger. Means constantly the Jadaragni is alive, burning. Ronanir balancing gives you tremendous willpower. I tell you, some of my kids, because I balance their Ronanir, they have amazing willpower. I just need to help them to align it, to train more. You see, you need to be given power and then knowledge, both. Jnana and Shakti, both. Some of my kids, I am highly successful in bringing this Ronanir balance. Ronanir balance gives you tremendous willpower. Tremendous willpower. Nobody can break you. With that strength, you need to be given power. The power needs to be added. I can spell out few names. My kids with whom I sincerely worked, no one can break their will. even beyond their self-doubt. Physical biomemory has imbibed their will. I can name many of my kids. Of course, there is a long list. I'm just saying few people. Work on balancing the Rananir. Keep your body always hungry. Stop being a cheap, poor backgrounded rich man. See, when a poor person becomes a rich person, he lives the fantasy of poor person's rich person. He takes revenge on the society by dumping himself. See, whatever was denied to him when he was poor, he thinks when he becomes rich, he should grab all that. That is rich life. No. See, when you are poor, the quality food was denied to you is wrong. So add quality food. Good food which brings strength to your body. But junk food was denied to you is a blessing. Don't try to dump your body with junk food. The poor man's fantasy of rich man, even if you live the poor man's fantasy of rich man, you are a rich man according to poor man, not the real rich man. Real rich man knows what is needed for him. I tell you, my Gurukul kids will be the real rich kids because they know what is needed for them. For many of my kids, I have done that balancing of Ronanir. More than their willpower, will persistence, the consciousness supporting them to be aligned and integrated will be more. Listen, I'll repeat. Biggest problem for the seekers is self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred. Will persistence will be higher than the self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt in a strong person. Higher than the will persistence, consciousness. The Gurukul kids whom I balance, I'm not saying they will not have self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. They can create. I've seen some of the kids doing. Their problem is simple laziness. But they will imagine big problems. Oh, I'm not feeling inspired. I think my devotion for Swamiji is reduced. My commitment to Swamiji is reduced. I don't know what to do. I think I'm confused. Delusory problems. Real problem is only simple laziness. Without breaking the simple laziness problem, imagining that as a big problem. And I have also seen just the simple darkness and screen is moving in the dark. We chant the light, problem is solved. Instead, I think Brahma Rakshasa has come, Bhuta has come, Preta has come. Exactly the same thing we do inside the mind. Simple laziness, break it. Don't make it as a big problem. By imagination, confusion. Listen. Fasting we do for Skanda Sashti, 6 days. And every Pradosham, every Ekadasi, Vaishnavites do on Ekadashi, Shaivites do on Pradosham. All this helps you amazingly to balance your Ronanir and program the Ronanir. Langanam Parama Aushadam. Fasting is the greatest medicine. Hunger is the greatest space to exist. Start developing taste for being hungry. I tell you. Start developing taste for being hungry. You need a strong, powerful vessel to do the alchemy process with mercury. Enlightenment is just like alchemy process with mercury. First, you need to have a stone vessel in which the mercury need to be poured, and the energizing process should happen inside the stone vessel so that the molecules of mercury is broken through the energy and reassembled as a solid molecules. It's a whole alchemy process. But the vessel should be strong stone, granite vessel. Same way, the body should be built with hunger and Rananir balancing. I am not saying don't give vitamins, minerals, all needed. Give all of that. But stop dumping junk food on the system. Your body will become a powerful vessel where the spiritual alchemy process can happen. Yajnavalkya Smriti says beautifully, the best detox, Kala, Agni, Karma, Mrit, Vayu, Mano, Jnanam, Tapo, Jalam, Paschatapaha, Niraharaha, Sarve, Ami, Tuttihetabaha. Nirahara is the last but most powerful detox. work on the body. Work on your body intensely by more and more nirahara. Keep yourself hungry. Whole day you should feel the fire of hunger. All my most healthy kids are kids who learned the mechanism, methodology of keeping themselves hungry. These few kids whom I named, I have always seen, even if there's a large quantity of food, they will not touch. They know how to balance themselves.
Divine truths about yourself, your world, and your reality. Take the leap to self empowerment, self realization, and a higher plane of existence. A meaning for life and a conscious cognition, a realization that you are a divine being. You are bliss, and you are one with the ultimate cosmic superconsciousness.
You are Paramashiva. You are not human being having spiritual experience as you imagine. You are a spiritual being having human experience. That's the truth. You are Paramashiva having human experience.
Do you sometimes feel like you are just going through life without a true purpose? Do you feel alienated from your own identity? Feel like you have no control or that you're living someone else's life? Everything you've earned, everything you've achieved seems meaningless? And the answer to the meaning of life is just out of reach? For generations, the sacred cosmic truth has been kept from you. We are divine beings, experiencing a human form in a playground of existence. Life was never meant to be a struggle. It was meant to be bliss. And it can be again. Join the Mahaparamashivoham program today. Take back control of your life. Discover sacred cosmic secrets and divine truths about yourself, your world, and your reality. Take the leap to self-empowerment, self-realization, and a higher plane of existence. A meaning for life and a conscious cognition, a realization that you are a divine being. You are bliss, and you are one with the ultimate cosmic superconsciousness.
You are Paramashiva. You are not human being having spiritual experience as you imagine. You are a spiritual being having human experience. That's the truth. You are Paramashiva having human experience.